Hello, hello.
Just to give you a heads up, Trump is live now. Just a reminder that the live feed is on the feed for you guys, for those interested.
We held our pivot at our 85 to 95 that was labeled on chart. Um, Very clear downtrend this morning. Let's see what we do now that Trump is speaking. Mm-mm-mm. Interesting, 'cause we have a little bit of a divergence here. It's very clearly someone absorbing into this 45. Hmm. Not gonna keep dumping? I'm not sure. There's definitely potential for it, but I think we go higher first. Yeah, that's not a bad. I think you probably need to get over 60, but yeah. I think we're going to probably 980.
US VP Vance says the government will extend the program that returns part of the exported value to all companies that ship to the US.
We have 30 seconds till new 15, so let's see if we can build above this 40 to 50. If we can, we should be able to rotate back up to view up. If this fails to hold and we look back below 40, we might run into an issue. Just gonna have to watch. I'd like to see us close above POC of previous candle here.
So ignore that last headline. It was reported in error. Did not come from the US vice president, but it was in fact the Brazilian vice president.
It's quite there. Alright, so let's see what happens as we push back into this 40. Mhm. Man, Trump is so talkative today. Jesus. His words per minute is nuts. He's just like not breathing today. All right, so here's our POC retest from previous 15-minute candle. We're just watching to see if we can hold here and then look back above and then build a higher low, or if this flips and then we rotate back down to our 85. This is our pivot. Mm-mm-mm. God, it is so hard to listen to this guy. Okay. 50 seconds till new 15s. Offer is really trying to step down here. If it does, should just rotate back down to our value low, no change. Held POC on the daily as resistance, failed to push above. Just balance. I don't think really anything's changed here. Think if we can build over 50s whatsoever, we rotate up to 980 our VWAP. If
Trump says, I'm asking Congress for money to repair DC.
Then we'll rotate down. Or bow low.
Trump says, we'll ask Congress for a small amount of money for DC.
More money. All right, new 15. Going to be marking our value low to POC here. A little bit of a shift. See if this flips offer or if we're able to maintain here. It is so impressive how much this man can talk. I don't know when he breathes.
Trump, on the report of Russian hacking, said could bring this up with Putin. Trump on the September funding deadline says, I'm willing to meet with Schumer and Jeffries.
Yes, just bouncing at our lows, rotating back up. We're watching to see if we put in a lower high here. It's, again, just balance. Trump is speaking. We're watching to see if these highs maintain and if we put in a lower high here, or if we can flip this and then show a sustained bid, taking out these highs for continuation higher. You need to see recovery of this 80. Same thing on NQ. It's just a hold of our buy low and then a rotation up to our offer here. Need to flip 50s at least, or we'll make a lower high, just keeping in our downtrend, and then we'll look for a push under our ETH low for continuation back down to our 85.95. Just watching our value loaded POC from previous candle.
Trump says he seeks an extension past 30 days on DC control. Trump says he wants a long-term extension of his control of DC.
Hmm. So far maintaining higher lows, but definitely sell side trying to step down here. Russell diverging quite a bit, retesting highs, watching to see if that leads up. NQ needs to be able to flip below ETH low for anything really more. Once we do that, we again will rotate down to 85 to 95. But if this is
Trump
able to
says it wasn't
sustain,
my call to leave Zelensky
then
out of a
there
meeting.
is not much here. Trump is still ranting. There's potential that we don't get anything until he stops talking. Might have to be very patient for this secondary move. See what happens.
Trump says there's a very good chance we'll have a second meeting.
RTY leading up.
Trump on Putin
Again,
meeting says
diverging.
going to meet with Putin, then we'll call Zelensky and the European leaders. Trump says second meeting with Putin will be more productive. Trump says first meeting with Putin is finding out what we're doing. Trump would like to do a second meeting with Putin almost immediately. Trump says there may be no second meeting.
I'm telling you, like, he's just ranting.
Trump says may not have a second meeting if I don't get the answers I want.
None of what he just said made sense. Twenty seconds, 2015s.
Trump says if the first Putin meeting goes well, a trilateral.
What's up, Roy? Felt like absolute crap this morning. I don't know what's going on. My sinuses were just like completely clogged. Could not breathe. So I waited until my meds actually took effect, but I'm alright. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. God, get me out of here, man. Back to our lows here. See if we can flip. Potential for a 3 bar down on EOS
Trump says if
on
Putin
the
doesn't stop
15.
the war, he'll face consequences. Trump says the Fed building could have been painted and fixed. Trump mocks the Fed Chair Powell on building renovation.
Full balance rotation here
Trump says
on
power will be
ES
long
into our
gone when
value
building
low.
renovations end.
See if that's all we get, or if we're able to actually get this breakdown below value for the full 3-bar to play. That would give you a target of 60 to 8 on ES. Russell hit our reversion zone and then entered back inside balance. Watching to see if that puts in a lower high here on reoffer as we push into our 20 for one more leg down into value low, or if we're able to build this out as a flag and then push up into ADR. Unsure yet. I'm watching for the reoffer right now. Same thing on NQ here on the look below our 18 to 30. Watching to see if like our ETH low can hold for one last leg down into our value edge. Again, remember we rejected
According
POC
to
on the
sources
daily,
familiar with the
so
matter, Trump's
rotating
call
down to
with
value makes
Europeans
sense.
discuss possible locations for meetings between
Just need
Zelensky,
to see the
Trump,
lower
and
high.
Putin after the Alaska summit.
If these guys fail here to shift value below our ETH low and hold this and sustain, right, then they will potentially be trapped, and we can use it as a catalyst for full rotations back up if this edge can't flip, right? If we can't shift value, then these guys will be trapped off sides, and then we'll rotate up higher. So it's a very
Trump says
important
the
pivot.
Fed should take down
pivot.
interest rates. Trump says we should be at 1% interest rate. Trump says we should be 3 or 4 points lower. Trump on interest rates says it's really just a paper calculation. Trump on the Fed, we will name the new chairman early. Trump on the Fed, down to 3 or 4 names.
Russell holding so far at our 19 or 0.9 or 20, whatever you want to call it. Just watching to see if this is able to lead down, and this will fail on a look back below our 20 on NQ, or if we're able to sustain here. I'm unsure as of yet. We don't have enough information. ES is holding our reversion zone as well, bottom of balance, just watching. Seeing if Russell will lead down, or if we flip this after a failure to shift value at our lows. Biden's war. Holy, he's done.
And that concludes Trump's remarks.
Wow. What? What a speech. I don't think he stopped talking for that entire time. Impressive. We have 40 seconds till the 15s. Hopefully we now get a trade. He's stopped yapping. See if buy side can sustain here, or if we flip again. If we flip with the lower highs still in place, then nothing has changed with our idea, right? We're just watching to see how we interact in this pivot. Still in our downtrend. Still no ability to build above previous POC. Russell still holding our edge here. Everything is still just in this lower high offer that's happening. Just watching to see if we can flip this now. New 15's opening here now. 5 seconds. Seeing if a bid sustains or if we can flip it. With the failure to push over POC, it makes sense again to head to this VWAP, or sorry, to our value low. Again, like this is POC here at 58. We're now seeing it attempt to shift here at 30 from this 60 or 58, whatever you want to call it. So if this shifts down and then we start to hold this 30 as offer, it makes a lot of sense that we are going to continue to push down. But if this 30 can start to sustain as supportive, right, we just immediately will rotate back up to 60. So it's just a matter of are sellers able to shift this edge here at our 20 to 30? And it looks like they will. They're trying to sweep down now, so should go straight to target here. All right, into our value low. See if we can get a secondary move, or if that's just going to get immediately eaten up. They're trying to climb this thing back. Pushing into POC of previous candle here. Let's see what they do. Russell starting to lead again. Watching this area is our risk. It's just this yellow zone. Yeah, it's called balance. RTY retesting highs here again off of a failure to hold back into this range. So interesting that we're getting that divergence again. Looks like we're probably headed to ADR off of this failure and flip. And Q's still holding where it needs to, but we're not seeing any ability to actually push down. That wick at our lows is a bit concerning because it was just immediately bought, right? We need to see a retrace of that very quickly here with this pivot holding at our 25.35. And then we need to sweep down, taking up that wick low pretty aggressively. The longer that we see we sit here, the worse our odds get. Remember, like our daily POC is shifting down here with how long we've been sustaining. We're shifting from 60 to now 30. So say 30 flips is supportive, then rotation back up to 60 is just inevitable. We need to see this value shift occur quickly and have follow through. The longer that we see sell side fail to actually gain movement, right, the more likely it is that we're going to have to retest previous value before we can actually get a move, because the sellers here are unable to do it. So again, we need this to push down pretty quickly if we're going to test into that value low again. Or again, like this is, it might be hard to see. Our POC on the daily is shifting here at 25s. It was here at 60. So if we scroll out again, we can see that before that, it was here at 4,000, right? 24,000. So we're seeing our offer shift down from the beginning of the day here at 50s to then this 4K, to then this 960, and now into this 930. So what is that telling us? Well, that's telling us that the offer has been lowering as we go down in the day, right? Which makes sense. We're in a downtrend since this open. So the trend is down, but what we're seeing now is a failure to get that continuation lower. So what does it mean if POC is shifting down into our lows of the day and we're not seeing any ability to actually continue to push us down? Well, that means that we're building out a much larger node down here then, right? And our profile shape can change from just a very thin profile into our highs to then building out a very clear lower distribution that'll turn into this B shape, right? And if we build out a B shape
Finland's
down here and we're able to
stance is one of the key
sustain this
signals
lower
from Trump
node,
today was that
then this can
territories
then
will not
rotate
be
back up,
discussed in Alaska.
trapping these guys into our lows
Trump
on the
said he
daily
would.
on the
Finland's
daily
President
profile.
Stubb said
So
Trump said he would focus on
we
achieving
need to be very
ceasefire
careful
in
about
Alaska.
Yeah. Right now it's fine because it's just balance, right? So it's just a D profile into our lows, but we need to see follow through at our tails, because if that fails and we, let's say, instead push over this 30, make this supportive, see no interest below, right? So buy side steps in here again. We see no interest below our value low, which is down here at 90. This sustains, and then we push over 60s. And all we've done is build out the structure down here, recover and shift POC, right? Then we would rotate up, because there's just clearly no interest lower. So it's something that we need to keep in mind and just be aware of like where price can go at any given point. We need to see these sellers really try to slam buyers here and rotate us below this. This is where this has been on chart since even before I got on, right? Like this is just a very clear level. It's 85.95 that we need to pierce and push down. It's our ADR on the day. It is our reversion zone on the day. It is our value low on the day. This is our level that we need to breach below and hold for downside continuation. Because if this continues to maintain, then it's just the bottom of balance. That's all it is. You need to accept that. So again, not really looking for a ton of expansion here until that flips. Right now, it's just a battle on this lower node to see how we're going to build out. If we can't get below this 85.95, right, like it's just going to be a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP for probably the remainder of the day. Which will make for some pretty mediocre trading. For ES, need to show interest below this 70, or this is target. Just like we have pathed off of our hold at our 80s. It's just 10 points. Need to show interest below for anything more. Just been expecting this 68 to 70 to sustain until we can flip it. Mm. 40 seconds till new 15s. 20 seconds. Opening below POC of previous candle at our value low here. Previous candle. Just gonna see if sell side can continue to shift this offer lower, or that rotation down to our value low here. All right, bid's able to step in. Touch a slight slow grind down. Need someone to sweep. Again, like the slower that we are here into these lows, the more uncomfortable I get. I want to see a very clear interest here on this flip. And we want to see the 68 to 70 flip here on ES, ideally. I just risked off one here as we push down into 95s. Our value low on the day. We need to flip this for any more downside, like I talked about. Still just holding POC off of our developing, shifting to our 25 to 30. That is now holding our offer. We are holding below our ATH low and just rotating down to our bottom of balance. ES still maintaining the 68 to 70, no change. And NQ is now fully retraced to that wick low. Holding a runner now, just to see what we do, but wrist off into our bow low until proven otherwise.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Chicago Fed President Goolsbee speaks on monetary policy luncheon hosted by Greater Springfield Chamber of Commerce. No indication if a text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Again, need to push below this 85.95. It is our ADR low. I'm not looking for a continuation until we see that thing flip. We did hold our 25 to 35 off of our shift of POC. We've done the full rotation down that we were expecting. The pathing is now fully played. It took a bit longer than we wanted, but it did happen. 68 buyer is still present on ES, no change. Russell still maintaining higher lows, retesting our highs now. And just watching to see if this slow grind down can continue here with us being unable to show any interest over POCs, right? So trend is still persisting on the 15-minute. It is a slow grind down with large wicking on our lows every attempt. If we can flip this, we get more. If we can't, we'll look for a recovery of this 25.35 for rotations back up from this low. But as long as these POCs are above us and we're not showing any sort of right side of V, there's no reason to change bias, right? What's up, Epic?
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from Chicago Fed President Goolsbee, speaks on monetary policy. Keep in mind that there's no indication whether a text is to be released, but there is a media Q&A. In terms of a live stream, does not seem to be one available. There's an in-person registration for this event. That's all we can seem to find.
The reason why this area is so important on ES, again, is just it's our previous day value high, right? So if 470 continues to just kind of find buyers, it's just going to give us a pretty good argument that this can still push higher. If 470 goes offer and we flip this and previous day value high goes to resistance, right, and we push below this area, we can then rotate yesterday's value, and that gives us then targets, right? So we're really just keeping an eye on how we build here, because if they show zero interest to push below this and this sustains, then we are holding the value high of yesterday, and then there's not really a bearish bias below, right? We need to see a flip of our value, just like in any other scenario that we trade. It's like this is very clearly our major pivot on both ES and NQ. Like if this holds as offer, then we can rotate through yesterday's value back down to this 460. But if we continue to sustain here, then we're maintaining yesterday's value high, and we're seeing that buy side is still willing to defend here, and then there's no shift. We have to be patient. We've hit target off of our short. It is completely fine to hold a runner, but now we need to see if sell side is going to show interest here once again, just like we did yesterday, and push back through value, or if value is now going to sustain, right? Like if yesterday's value high is now where buyers are seeing interest, right, showing interest, then we've switched from this being a area of premium, right, to an area of discount. So I just need to see if that flip will happen, or if we're able to bid here and sustain. Pretty clear. Same thing goes for NQ. Just gotta show interest below ADR and our pivot here at our value low.
So we're shortly expecting comments from Fed's Goolsbee.
Cleaning it up instead of the drawing, so that we have the same thing on both ES and NQ. I don't know. I hope I'm being as clear enough for you of like why these pivots are important and why this can potentially be the low and why it's so important that we flip these for continuation. Like this again, like can easily just be our low. Like it doesn't. Okay, I don't like repeating myself 300 times because I think it gets annoying. But the more that you can understand, like structurally, why it's important, the less garbage trades you can take. Right? We don't want to be trading with a huge bias. Like my YouTube chat was all about like, oh, we're in a downtrend. We're gonna keep going. NQ's bearish. It is what it is. It's like, okay, well, this pivot's been on our chart for multiple days. Nothing's invalidated about this. We need to see how we interact here and if we can flip it. Because if not, then no value is shifted and all we're doing is just balancing up here and building out. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great idea, Grotto. It's like if we can flip it and offer it, then you have a very clear risk. But until then, right, it's bottom of balance. You don't short your edge low unless we're below it and reoffering, right? Until then, it's a long. Exactly. Great job. Using your brain. Huge. So it's going to be where we risk off until proven otherwise. And if you're in for much higher, right, like you can hold a runner, but understand like it can completely come back on you and you have to be prepared for that. Because it's the bottom of balance. Are we still in a very slight downtrend? Yeah, definitely, right? We've seen no interest closing above our previous 15-minute POCs on NQ. We're attempting now, right? We're looking above. But there's been no confirmation yet that we want to go up. But there's also no confirmation that we want to continue further down. So until we flip these and offer, I'm personally just not interested in short continuation. That keeps me sane and without bias. Just treating it as balance until we see anything else. And there's your full balance rotation, right? Excuse me. What's up, man? Hopefully you're good. How replaceable are you by an AI bot? What do you think? What are you thinking? Scale 1 to 10 on replaceability. Oh, okay. Well, shoot, man. I mean, you got that really nice review. Surely you're one of the last to get replaced. Your manager seems to like you. Maybe you don't get a raise, but at least you don't. Your job isn't taken by an LLM. So there was a report, maybe like 1 or 2 days ago, where like a lot of newly graduating developers are having to work at like fast food places because there's just no jobs for entry level positions. Yeah, so that's good. You can be a vibe coder. Huge. It's fun until you until it's not. It's fun when things are working. It's not fun when your LLM tries to debug something and cooks your code, trying to do it 17 times and continuing to fail. These layoffs are brutal though, man. It's like everyone's making record profits and they're still cutting people. It feels very Banana Republic esque. It's like a last ditch effort to make as much money as possible before the ship burns. That's how kind of how it feels right now. Like, how do we? Like, I know we're doing really well, but how do we cut people's jobs and do even just a little
Just
bit
a heads
better
up,
short term?
Fitz Goolsby currently speaking
Stop
on
like
monetary policy.
all
Again, still no live video though.
growth potential, right? And let's just sustain and try to grow shareholder value short term rather than actually develop out anything new and important with
Also,
people.
just a heads up, according to press poll, that Trump is currently touring the Kennedy Center to discuss renovation. So we'll keep an eye out just in case he does say anything.
And I'm not saying like R&D is completely just like being thrown away right now, but it is interesting where like, you know, years ago you'd be making record profits and you'd be putting that back into the company to develop out new products, right? And now it really does feel like a lot of these tech companies are making record profits, then axing a department, and then buying back shares instead of doing anything actually useful with it. Which is like, it's cool because like price goes up, but from like an actual development perspective, probably like the worst thing you can do for actual real growth. Like, yeah, your stock went up, but development wise, like you're not investing in the company into new products and new generation, right? Like you're actually just increasing shareholder value from a very surface level perspective. Instead of like growing the business, you're just making the stock go up by buying it yourself. I don't know. It's a little odd. It feels like kind of the top, you know? And I don't mean like a short-term top. Like it just kind of feels like we're at that level where, yeah, like I said, very Banana Republic esque, kind of like a last ditch effort to make as much money as possible in any way you can, instead of like thinking about the bigger picture. But maybe I'm just super nihilistic at this point. Ooh, that would be good, Sam. I'm sure their pay is really nice. Or like Whole Foods, I'm sure the pay is really solid. Or a cake decorator. They've got good cakes. Man, can we get out of here? NetSuite, even Oracle, hitting record profits last quarters. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing for like Microsoft, right? All these companies. Google, huge layoffs. Microsoft, huge layoffs. I don't know. Something's got to change, man. Because like the last, 15 years, people have been like, become a programmer. That's where the money is, And now you're gonna have just like this super
Ed Scoresby says data
oversaturated,
revisions shouldn't be controversial.
super oversaturated market that's being replaced basically first, right? Which is kind of funny that these LLMs are replacing these like programming and customer service leaning tech jobs. And now with like the Excel updates as well, there's going to be a lot of financing jobs that are also going to be taken, I'm thinking. And all of these people who have like very specific skill sets, like, what are they going to do for work, man? I don't know. Like their entire like knowledge base, unless they're like fantastic, right, is about to be replaced.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
I just don't know where they're going to go.
Goolsby says the independence of the Fed is important because we don't want inflation to come back.
Heck is dead as a career. Feels bad, man. And it makes you think, like, how much longer is even trading going to be a thing with how, I don't know, just like with algos really stepping
21
in.
counterparties take $57.202 billion at the Federal Reserve Group operation.
No, I don't think AI coding is going to be the thing that replaces it, but I think as internet gets better and these firms, I mean, like, because like all of like the main firms are directly tied in, right? Like they're not far away from these exchanges. Like they have like a direct fiber connection into the real data. And I just don't know how much like there's always going to be some edge, right? Like we can always find something, but as things get faster and faster, like a lot of the things that we look for, right? Like people coming off sides and being trapped at prices are going to get like priced out, I think. I don't know. We'll see. It's interesting. I mean, like long-term investing will always be a thing, but like we're not gonna beat a an algo, you know? Right now we are, because they're not focused on the same kinds of things, but long term, not sure. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we should be able to find something. It just might have to we'll have to change with it. It's not a big deal. Been doing it for years. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I'm so tired. Oh, what's going on? You mean on TradingView, Sam? Yeah, most of PineScript is slop. Not gonna lie. I know you worked for what's his name for a while, but even their stuff, a lot of it's slop. And he's like the biggest name. Full rotation here on NQ and ES from our pivot at our lows. No change. Need to get out of here, guys. Need to see a break. Bid trying to step up, offer sitting up at 45s on NQ. We'll see if we can push a little bit higher here on this flip. Be interesting. I want to see us be able to hold these sellers as supportive on a look above, and then we can rotate back up to 60 like we talked about before, right? We need to see this POC shift. Let me turn off drawings just so you can see what I'm talking about. This is our value low down here, right, at our 90. This is POC that we just looked above at 25s, and our POC shift is at 60, and our VWAP is at 65, right? So if we can now build and sustain above where these sellers were showing up before, right, offering, if this can now go supportive, rotations up to this edge here into 60 make quite a bit of sense for a reversion trade, which is what we talked about, what we thought would probably happen today. It's just reversion trades until we can flip these pivots to downside. So let's see if they can do it. We're just watching to see how active these buyers are going to be at our sell side edge. We need to see them step above and show interest, or what's going to happen is we're going to trap up here off of a failure to shift value, right? Because again, this is value low, and then this is currently where sell side value is, right? So this is buy side value, this is sell side value in our balance. So what does it mean if we fail to show interest above, right? Well, we'll look for a buyer to step in here, try to sustain above our top edge. And if they fail, we'll look for a push back in, a reoffer, and then a rotation through, right? Off of a failure to push above. If we can build here, and we can hold this 25-35 as supportive, we should be then able to rotate up.
Just a reminder, at the bottom of the hour, we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes, or the
To
release of the
R60.
summary of deliberations. We also are expected to hear from Fed's Bostic speaking on the economic outlook.
So
No text is
let's
expected,
see
but there
what
is a
they
Q&A
do.
with moderator and an audience. So Bostic speaking on the economic outlook at luncheon hosted by the Atlanta Fed and Franklin County Economic Development Authority.
Advanced range theory, ART. What does it even mean?
Goolsbee says tariffs are a stagflationary shock.
The RSI of the RSI deviation is a crazy thing to say. Why only trade RSI when you can trade the RSI of RSI?
Goolsbee says that uneasy about the view of tariffs as a one-time shock that creates only transitory inflation. So again, the idea of one-time tariff price impact makes me uneasy.
This guy changed what AMT stands for and changed it to advanced market theory. This is not an indicator. It is a lens through which to see the true nature of the market. This is the first sentence. This is the longest description I've ever seen. Jesus.
Goolsby says, coming up are live Fed meetings.
Oh yeah, do I know about the moon phase indicator, man? Oh yeah. The indicators are a mess, man. Ooh, it sounds good.
One minute to go now. We have till we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes. Fed Scoresby says services inflation in the latest CPI report was bad. So he says it would be more of a concern if we start getting more reports like the latest CPI where components not tied to tariffs are rising. $10 to the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
It's also 5 seconds till new 15s. Holding our pivot so far, our 25.35. Just looking for a push to 58.60 for this upper
So Bank
balance
of Canada
rotation.
says rewiring of global trade may be inflationary for some time. Impact of tariffs on consumer prices appears to be modest so far. Some of the Bank of Canada says further rate cuts are likely needed to support the economy. It's too early to tell the extent and speed of tariff pass-through. Some of the Bank of Canada argued that in July that rates may already be low enough. And Bank of Canada agreed to hold amid trade uncertainty and economic resilience.
See how we interact with this news that just came out. Just watching to see if we can continue to maintain above POC here. Again, like our first shift that we've seen of these lower highs was our hold of POC on the open of this new 15 that allowed for this very clear and quick rotation up. Right, we held our value low to POC on this candle. and then rotate it up. Now watching to see if we can hold this pivot as supportive and build out here. If we can, then we can continue our rotation up. If we fail here, then we'll trap and then rotate through balance again. Most likely taking out these lows would be my guess if this pivot doesn't hold. So then we'll have offside traders above. So let's watch to see what they do.
Goolsby says that I don't like to pre-commit on rates, and we will still get inflation readings before the next meeting.
Don't have enough information yet. A little look below, retesting our ETH low. I need to see us back over 35 for bulls to take back control. Watching to see if offer is moving down here at 25.35 in the meantime. Just need to watch to see how this plays out. Not enough information yet on this this candle. But if 25.35 holds, offer is we are failing to then shift above. Just watching to
Goolsby
see.
says sharply lower job gains may reflect transition period on immigration.
Offer holding so far.
We have posted out the Bank of Canada meeting minutes on the feed for you to read through.
You have 10 points of risk right now, right? Just watching to see if that
Goolsby adds
continue
that
to
lower
hold
job gains
off the
may
failure.
just be a sign of a drop in population growth.
Oh, jeez.
Goolsby says labour market is pretty solid.
Pretty solid.
We have posted out the video where Fed's Bostic is speaking on the feed for you to read through. So for you to watch. All right, he just appeared on the panel now.
I don't think we need to watch that, but I'll post it if you want to. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. As soon as we reoffer into below 25, right? It's just you play your risk 25, 35.
Goolsby says the
down.
danger from tariffs is that they reduce productivity growth. Wage growth is fully consistent with 2% inflation. Fitz Goolsby says that I'm optimistic about the economy's capacity to incorporate AI.
Trying to take in size here. Absorb sell into 905, 910. Short term. Need to see a very clear sweep below 905s if we're going to go all the way back down. I don't know if this does it yet. We might need to come back up into 25.35 first. Retest that offer. Not very clear yet. Taking in a little size. The problem is that ES was able to get a bit lower and trade directly into our value low edge and find a bid, with Russell also sustaining. So every both ES and RTY were able to get a bit more of a push, which is making NQ a little indecisive. I'd like to see at least one more leg down into that 85, 95, but I think then we might need to do a full rotation back up before we actually break these lows, if it's going to happen with these trap buyers above. I'm just waiting. Just watching. Again, like someone very clearly taking in at 905. See if this can flip. I still think that someone will be sitting at 85, 95 regardless. Like, I think that still has to be a risk off for bottom of bow. And then we look for one more leg. Right? That might look like something like that. Again, like, we're playing off of these trap traders above our range. And then we got our offer, and then this is your risk, right? But now we need to see if we need to do one more rotation. So we should expect liquidity to still be here. But after we test into this is your risk off, right? We'll look for either a lower high here into this node on retest, right? So we push into this, and then we look below, and then we look to see if they can hold. If they can hold, then we can do the lower rotation, right? If this fails to put in a lower high here, then we are going to need to come back up to retest this balance high, right? It'll just be another balance rotation. So we'll be really watching our pivot here, where these guys are attempting to absorb at 905 currently on retest from a look below. So I'm just going to mark this preemptively, because I think that this will be important when we come back. If we test into this value low here, we should then look for a reoffer at 905, seeing as there's quite a bit of two-sided trading here right now. We've got 50 seconds until new 15s. See what they do, but we're just getting our rotation down through balance right now off of this offer and flip. I doubt that we sweep through this 85, 95 and hold it on first attempt. I think that we have a little bit more work to do here, but let's see what they give us. New 15s have opened, opening below POC to value low, our value high of previous candle. Watching to see how we interact here. And someone's still willing to take in size here at 905, just like we talked about. Just watching to see if that can flip, or if this is going to maintain, and then we come back up to 25.35 to retest before we can go further down. It's an awkward area to try to play around right now in the middle of the range. Mm. Andrew, how you doing, man? This guy's Southern accent is thick. That's funny. Ugh. All right, retesting our top edge here into our high balance in ETH low, 25.35. Watching to see our interaction here.
Ed Scoresby says a major detriment to mortgages is long rates, which reflect in part long-run inflation expectations.
Russell, full rotation from our 70 to our 75. Watching to see if offer sticks at these highs and we make a lower high, keeping these guys trapped for one more leg down. Or if we flip back above, right? Very clear buyer that was sitting at 905, taking in size. No real change there. I'm not expecting a ton from the bid here. I'm not seeing it at least yet. Just seems very passive, just coming back up to the seller after that hold. Again, just watching to see if we flip this or not. This should just be a reoffer, unless something crazy shifts. And we'll see. I mean, I'm not looking for a long sale. I'm looking for this to just hold our balance. There's been no shift, right? We're below POC. We're below our value edge on PVZ. We're just watching to see if this is going to make a lower high, keeping these buyers trapped off sides. If this flips, then we can look for longs, right? And then play off the same edge, but like nothing has changed. This is just top of balance. I mean, we would love to see it show interest, right? At a higher low that we just got, but we gotta show interest above where these guys got absorbed last, over 35. If we can't do that, then like it doesn't really matter, you know? I'm just watching ES as we push into 75s. All right, let's see if we can flip and hold. Super important. If we can't and we look back below 25, it's just going to be a short again. This is up to buyers to see if they can push. Again, it's just balance, right? We've seen
According to
no
iMoney Net,
shift of
US money
anything.
market fund assets up
There's an attempt to look above
$32.18
here.
billion for the week ending in August the 12th.
Goolsby says if inflation goes the wrong way, the Fed will have to act.
So it's the same as before. We're watching to see if we can
Goolsby
now hold
says-
here or look back
Goolsby
below. If
says
we
there
look
are
back
some warning
below,
signs
then
of
our
the labor
pathing for
market,
downside is in
and
play.
that we need to keep an eye on that as well.
If we can look and hold this pivot and then look over those previous highs, then upside is incredibly likely. $20 till near 15s.
Ed Bostic says tariffs may cause structural changes. So now in the Q&A section of Bostic. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch. Fed Bostic says it feels like we have the luxury today to wait to make policy adjustment because the labor market remains strong. Adding that unemployment remains remarkably low.
Oh, so slow today. It's crazy.
Bostic says data suggests labor markets weakened over the last 3 months. Bostic says that I'm trying to determine how much labor market has softened. Bostic adds that low to moderate income consumers are facing some stress, and that stress is starting to move up in the income scale. Adding upper income consumers are still okay. Bostic says small businesses are feeling stress much more than large businesses.
This is just so slow, guys. I mean, there's just no interest above or below. It's just balance.
Bostic says firms' expectations for hiring and sales are gloomier.
Fed's Bostic says we know a lot of more people are using credit cards to buy things that they weren't before. It's signaling something about whether the consumer is. Apple readies robots, lifelike Siri security tech in AI push. Furthermore, Apple are working on large robotic arm for stores and manufacturing. Apple readies home security ecosystem and Amazon-like cameras. Furthermore, Apple are working on conversational redesigned versions of Siri.
Okay.
And Apple shares move Apple shares moved higher up on that news.
Set of limits, you know. I don't know how long we stay there. But yeah, we should revert to it. They're sure taking their time here. I'm risking off 2 here into 60, 55, 60. And let's see if we can flip it. But this is our 15-minute view up. Just keeping an eye on it. We push into this. I don't know if we're going to get a ton more, but we did hold our 25-35 on flip, and we're getting this rotation up. Just trading into PVZ target here. POC. We took out highs, which is a good sign. Ideally, we continue now, but we might need to retest said pivot before we do so. Let's see what we can do here. a pretty lackluster move with the amount of Apple news that just came out. Kind of crazy how stuck we are.
The Office of Foreign Asset Controls issues license permitting US-Russia meeting on Friday.
We're testing POC of previous candle here in our pivot on NQ. That was like the most abysmal attempt to pop off of Apple News I've ever seen in my life. Like, if that can't do it, I don't know, man. It's just, market's dead. Mm-mm. The bid here needs to just be so clear at 25.35, really. After we looked above, if this now fails and we see a sweep and push below, we're kind of shit out of luck, I think, on any upside move. I don't know. And it's just like there's no interest. Like it is what it is, you know. Like without the interest, it doesn't matter what we want. Like there's if again, like buy side just does not care. So let's see what they do here. But to me, it just looks like no one cares.
Fed's Bostic says still see one rate cut in 2025 as appropriate. Fed's Bostic says one cut is predicted on labour market staying solid.
40 seconds till new 15s. We are flirting with our 25 edge. Still holding, but lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Yes, at our pivot here, at our VWAP, holding as offer, size being taken in at 80 to 83, no change there. Russell into ADR as resistance, our ADR high. Watching to see if we flip back below here on NQ for rotations down, or if bid is able to sustain. It is so unbearably slow. New 15s opening now.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at around $2.07 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $62.65 a barrel, down 52 cents or 0.82%. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at around $2.82.
Fall asleep.
NYMEX diesel September futures settle at around $2.24 a gallon.
Back to our 905. This is where they absorb
US stocks
blast.
extend gains. The Dow
Watch to see
Jones
if we
up
get a
1%.
full rotation or if this is able to hold. Secondary leg down with these guys being trapped above is a bounce here, and then 905 holding ideally for a secondary move, and then we look for this rotation below. But this is just a full balance rotation off of the failure there at 25. Should be our first risk off, and then we look to see if we get a secondary, either a very clear look below this 85.95 and then offer holding, or a full rotation back up and then a lower high, which I think is probably more likely. Liquidity is still clearly here. Nothing has changed about that fact. We need to see that step below 85.95 for more. So balance rotation is still in play. Now we watch to see what happens into 25s on reoffer. Again, ideally, we will see that seller step in below 905 when we actually get the real move and breakdown, if this is going to ever occur. Keep that in mind. Balance is balancing, you know? So 905 buyer is attempting to step back in on the look above. We're watching to see if they are able to hold this for rotations back up to 25.35 and then offer, or if we can step below this and then flip it as resistance for continuation down.
Just keep an eye on Google here. Did see movement towards the downside not too long ago. No reason for the movement so far. We're still looking for it, and once we do find it, we'll relay that to you on the feed.
Yeah, I saw that, Zeno. It's, he's also part of the Heritage Foundation, who created Project 2025. It's just a loyalist. See what we do here into 35.38. Oh, excuse me. We're looking to see if buy side can step over 38 or if this holds. If this holds, then it's going to be our lower high for top of balance. And then rotations down. Again, like that buyer is still very clearly there at 905. You can see them interacting there from the look below into bottom of balance. Bid stepping back in at 905, rotation back up. So now we watch to see if this holds offer, holding these sellers. The seller stepping down, or if we step back through. Again, like there is no more downside until we show interest below 85 to 95. What we're trying to do is see if we can sellers are trying to create a structural scenario where these buyers are offsides, right? This will allow that breakdown to occur. But if we continue to see this strong buyer here and we continue to do nothing up here sell side wise, like we will just stay in balance for the rest of the day. We need these guys to be offsides, and then we need to see a very clear interaction below this value after this happens for this move down. That's the only way this happens. We need trap traders at highs, and then we need to see sellers stepping below our value or our balance low to then move the market lower. If there is no interest, there is no interest, and then nothing changes, right? So we'll see. But again, like the easiest trade on the day so far is just look above, failure, offer, rotation through. That's it. Every attempt so far above has failed. Every attempt below has failed, right? It is balance.
So this is not confirmed, not from a viable source. We're still looking for something from a viable source, but from according to The Rage, about 10 minutes ago, about over an hour ago now, or nearly an hour ago, or 1:59 p.m. Eastern Time, they put out a post on X saying new Google Play Store policy forces AML KYC on non-custodial wallets in the US, effectively bans non-custodial wallet developers from Play Store in the EU. Again, not confirmed. So we'll keep looking for a more viable source of news here, but just something that's kind of been thrown around here on X at the moment. We'll pop out the article for you anyway to read through. But as said, we're still looking for more viable news.
Had a question for the concept of offside.
Brent crude futures settle at $65.63 a barrel, down 49 cents or 0.74%.
It's a reality. But wouldn't some of the big buyers or sellers that are trapped, they might have a different time frame for their positioning? I mean, yeah, sure. But that doesn't change the fact of how liquidity works. Like, it just doesn't. Like, you can see people getting stopped out. You can see people forcing to close. You can see how movement, like everything is being showed on order flow. So when people are being forced to liquidate or forced to close, like it is very clear.
So it says Google Play Store has introduced a policy that requires any software wallet developer to obtain a license before publishing cryptocurrency wallet apps to the Google Play Store to ensure a safe and compliant ecosystem for users. Again, as said, just did see some movement towards the downside on Google earlier on, or about 34 passes when it kind of started. No movement from Bitcoin though, off of the back of the move. And again, as I said, it's not confirmed, so we'll keep an eye out.
Like, we're not playing off of like a single participant who's offsides and then we continue onward. If someone's building out a position on a higher time frame, that's not, first of all, that's usually happening at VWAP or TWAP, right? Like there are very clear areas where people are building out average positions. We know that for a fact because it has been stated that higher time frame positions are being used based off of either a time-based average or a volume-based average, and so they're interacting at those levels. They're not just buying random breakouts. That is not a thing. They don't care about this like internal structure, and even if they were, that doesn't change how we are interacting in like the shorter time frame market dynamics. So let's say that there is a higher time frame participant who is bidding at 950, or is bidding at 940 here into these highs. Like, they still are unable to have follow through, and we still know where 70% of the volume is being traded. And so if this fails to shift higher, we still will rotate back down to where value is being found. Like, I don't know if I really understand what you're getting at. Like, you can see these concepts play in real time on a daily basis. I don't really get it, what you're trying to say. Like, value is still value, no matter who's participating. Like, if the guy at the highs continues to fail to shift, like he could be building out his position at 945 all he wants, but he's not moving price. Every failure that we do up there is just a rotation through our balance. So as long as we're respecting that trade of the failure at 25s results in a rotation down to 85, then who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Just play the setup. Yeah, I mean, again, like, their higher time frame setup does not affect me. All that it's telling me is that, like, again, like, we're making crumbs on others getting filled on positions, right? And we're happy with that because we are retail and we're not trading in intense size. Would the strategies that I'm teaching and playing work if I was trading hundreds of lots? Probably not, right? But because we're looking at smaller time frame balances, we know where the larger participants are getting filled and where price is most likely going to revert, right? So if we know, let me explain this a bit more. If we know that, I mean, like, so to your point, Alejandro, like, there is someone who is more than happy to take in size here, right? And there is someone more than happy to take in size here. So what does that tell us about where we should be interacting? Even if they're on a higher time frame building on a position, what does that tell us about where our risk to reward is and what kind of rotations we should be expecting as these two participants are filling set orders, right? What does that create for us? Well, a deprofile, right? It creates a balanced profile. So if we understand that there are participants who are loading the boat here and here, we should just be playing our risk We should be looking for trades that are looking for rotations as these participants are getting filled in this range, right? So I don't really care that these people are here. And the only thing I will care about is when something shifts from the structure that we've built out, right? The ledges that we've identified. If this seller is no longer willing to take in size here and steps out of the way, that's important to recognize, right? Because then we're trading in this tail of this volume profile. And if that tail is now holding a supportive, that means that we're looking to expand, right? If the seller is no longer just taking in passively here, then we are no longer looking for this rotation back through this value. So that's important to recognize. But until then, I don't care that there's a seller here and that there's a buyer here. I just care that we know where they're located and how to play around it, right? We know that if this is our value high and this is our value low of this range, right? I can zoom out a little bit more so that it actually evens out. But like, this is all that we care about here, is where are these nodes
The US
and where are
Energy
these
Department
participants
announces
located
actions
and
to
how do we
secure
interact
American
with
critical
them?
minerals and material supply chain.
Like, as long as we know where they're interacting, then we can just play the micro rotations in between these value areas. If
The
they
Energy
trap
Department
above,
announces $1
okay,
billion
wait for the
funding
look
for
below.
mineral security.
If they fail to look below, then we look for the rotation back up, right? And now all of a sudden we have a risk to reward that we can play around, right? And like that it doesn't matter to us. And that's like the most important thing, is like, I don't care what's happening on the higher time frame, because as long as we can identify where participants are located, we can trade around it. Being able to capture, 20 points, 50 points is huge as a retail trader. And we don't need to be doing it with massive size. All we have to be able to do is know where these participants are located and then play the rotation through. And it's like, it's very clear that these rotations are in the areas that we've identified. And we know what we're looking for when that shift will, if it ever does occur, what that will look like, right? And so far, we've failed on every attempt so far. Like, there's very clearly a seller above, there's very clearly a buyer below. And as long as we have identified that, we know where we should be risking off our position and when we can be looking for expansion. And we know that there's no expansion potential until we can shift below this. And until then, right, like, we're just going to trade value. Like, all we're doing right now is trading to value low to POC in this lower end of our distribution. If we can start to bid and hold POC, then we can look for rotations up to value high. But until then, right, it's a very clear profile. And we have a overall downtrend with VWAP being our resistance on the day. Someone is very clearly selling into that and lowering the offer from open. And where are we building? Well, we're building at where we closed yesterday, right? There's no interest below. So again, like, it doesn't really affect us. And I try to like not let that get into my head, because as soon as I do that, I'm now going to be thinking about things that don't matter. Right? Like, as long as you're trading mechanically and you have your risk to reward setup and you're taking the setups that make sense with what is being, you're able to visually see of where participants are located, you can then trade that, right? But as soon as you're like, oh, this buyer is doing this thing, and I think this is what's going to happen, and they're going to move the market in this direction. Now in my opinion, you've kind of lost the plot. And now you're going to have this like emotional bias for your trades instead of just being mechanically trading, right, with set risk, set reward. Now you're going to be looking for things that don't exist because you've created this scenario where you're looking for more, and now you're going to hold for more, and you're going to hold for larger losses, and now all of a sudden you don't have a solid risk reward, and your edge is now depleted because you're trying to do too much. Like just take what's being offered to you and take as much as you can for as long as you can until it invalidates. That's my opinion. If they're offering you a free 20 points for 3 hours, take the free 20 points for 3 hours.
Traders fully price in quarter point Fed rate cut in September.
I don't know. I try not to be like too much of a dick about this, but I constantly see people trying to like reinvent the wheel or like think that they're smarter or like they're going to be like some sort of like predictive genius. And I think as soon as you do stuff like that, you're like really hindering yourself. You think that you're like seeing some like unseen thing. Like it's very similar to like the ICT bullshit where it's like I can read the machine, you know, that's like the ghost in the machine. I can read the algo. I know what's being offered. I know where we're headed. It's the same thing I feel about like Elliott Wave. It's just like, dude, just trade what's being offered to you. Like stop trying to do more. Like there's money to be made. Just allow it to happen. The issue is you get greedy and you try to do too much and then all of a sudden you're just like overthinking things and your risk makes no sense. Like it's not based in reality. And now you've lost the plot and now you're losing money because your trading strategy is hopium. I don't know. Like you either think that the market is like a auction between buyers and sellers and that a a quote unquote fair value is being found before price discovery, or you think the market is heavily manipulated and out to get you and that there is no edge and it is completely random and that it's being completely manipulated and you like that's yeah, it's very hard to be in both of those worlds and build out a strategy that works. It's hard to have both of those mentalities and balance them and be able to actually successfully trade. So I'm under the camp that the market is an auction and that we are trying to find a fair price and that there are very clear buyers and sellers and that price will gravitate to an average in between them and that the only way that the market moves is when there is a shift in that agreement and someone wants to buy higher or sell lower. And if you can like trade around that kind of mentality, you can build out strategies that focus in on that are tradable. But if you like don't see the market that way, it's going to be very hard to trade around it because you have no structure. I don't know if I'm sticking here for the rest of the day, guys. This is miserable. I don't care about this auction at all. This is not worth an hour left. Like, what are we doing? I don't know, man. Do we like just play this rotation again? I'll stick here until this ends. I'll be miserable. We can be miserable together. It is what it is. It's crazy how much weaker NQ is than ES with this Russell movement. As soon as Russell has weakness, the market pukes back down to bow low, but this RTY is still pushing higher. ES is able to maintain. NQ still looks just so much worse than ES, but still maintaining our balance here on even ES with value high, maintaining at 83 is no change there. Again, like RTY is still just pushing. NQ flirting with this 25, just right on the edge of our bell high. No change. Need to show interest over 38s really for anything. Or this 25-38 will continue to just maintain. Russell still pushing. Russell still pushing, so price is staying here. There is no change. As long as RTY has momentum, market's in a pretty tough spot. 25 still holding on NQ. Pushing into our 38. ES testing our value high edge. Fifteen seconds till new 15-minute candles. Good hold of 38s on retest and look above, trading into our same target as before, this 60 to 70. Russell still leading us up, well, just like we talked about. ES now holding our pivot, trading back into PVZ high here at our 87. See if we get any more or if this is just top of range. I really need to see us showing any interest over the 60 to 70 for real upside potential. Until then, this is just where you take PTs. I'm sure we find someone here. If Russell continues to push, it will continue to slow grind, in my opinion. If RTY starts to lose that momentum and the higher lows that have been being put into play, then downside feels likely. And that's just a reversion down to our pivots, right? We are still seeing zero interest below our pivots. So I'm not looking for expansion until that happens. There's no reason to. We've already identified the low. So just pushing up now off of the failure from sellers. What a boring day. Very clear rejection at our PVZ value high here at 87s. Offer still sticking there. Rotating back down to our value edge. Let's see if ES can find a bid here. This is the only area I'd be interested in if it could hold our value edge on retest. Same thing with NQ here into like this 35, 38, right? We'll see if we can flip this if this is going to hold. Every attempt so far, just to put this into perspective, this has been where our seller is sitting into these highs. And we have failed, rotated back down, and then traded through balance with these being caught off sides. Let's see if that shifts, if there's any sort of ability to bid here and hold and rotate higher, or if they continue to just eat up participants here and then rotate us back through balance to persist the current state of the market. Let's see. Again, like, I'm not looking for insane upside until we see 60 to 70 go supportive. And I'm not looking for insane downside until we see 85, 95 go offer. It is just really choppy balance. After a large move to the downside in the first half of the day, where we filled gap. Small reaction at our pivots, lower highs so far, 30 seconds till new 15s. It'll be our last 30-minute of the day. Keep that in mind. Just back to our bow high here. Another failure. See if buyers can sustain, or again, if we put in a lower high and then rotate back through. New 15s. Lower highs are maintaining, pushing down into our 25 here on NQ. Let's see if there's a reaction or if they're able to sweep through. Price would need to show very clear interest back over 38s from this 25 if upside was going to have any potential. So far, opening and holding POC previous candle on new 15s, right? So if we see any sort of sweep below 25s, it should just result in a full rotation of our balance. If this is able to sustain, we want to see a very clear look back over that 38 where that POC is resting from previous candle. Russell still just in its own world, just pushing up. So this is a great first risk off. You are playing off the lower high from POC, a previous candle. If we can see a sweeper through the 25, again, should see a full rotation back down to lows. Need to see ES below 480 for really anything real. There's a buyer trying to absorb into 2025. They step out of the way, then there should be really nothing. We need them to sweep this 2025, or this is where they absorb. And then we look for pops over 38.40 for upside. RTY is still just rocket ship up. They're attempting to sweep here again, 2025. Need to get through. Just took off 2 into 20. Looking to take off another 2 into 15. And then look for full rotation after that. Just got filled into 15s. Looking for continuation down, ideally, with our 25 offer. We gotta get below this POC here. This guy is still just positioning. At this 905, like 915. Right, just here. It's very rough trying to get any more. It's just no interest. It's crazy. The bid's back. It's back. Let's see if we can get any more.
According to sources, US government's announcement of pharma sector probe and tariffs is unlikely for a few weeks. Further detail into this, then, the announcement by Trump's administration of the results of a probe into pharma imports and new sector-specific US tariffs likely remains weeks away, according to 4 officials and industry sources said. So again, that's later than initially promised, as he focuses on other matters.
This guy who's willing to take in size here is blowing my mind. Why? Five minutes till MOC. Still holding our 25-35 area as offer. Buyer still just sitting here from this upside candle from the look below into our pivot. Just holding the POC of this candle here at 13s. I need to see a very clear look below 905, 913, that to flip for any like actual downside continuation, or again, it's just going to be balance here. Any step back over if this guy continues to hold for whatever reason he's doing here, and we step back over, that's just like my short inval, right? We've taken off risk into this, And now I'm just waiting to see if we can recover this POC here. If we can, then I'm looking up. If this is going to just absorb here and then they sweep through, I'll look to hold a runner, but there's really not much here. I'm just playing off of 25s like we have been all day. RTY is still holding where it needs to, holding our halfway back, holding this upper structure, no break of our higher lows. Russell's insane. ES is holding our value high here as resistance off of a failure to look above and then a look back below. It's a bit worrisome, but that's just because of NQ weakness. It's the only reason why it's showing anything, right? Because Russell's still pushing. But if RTY ever breaks this upside, right, like that's when you actually get real sell pressure stepping in. Got to get back over this 83.50. Show interest above this tail, rotate up, trade back into PVZ at 87. You've got 2 minutes until MOC, and then volatility steps back in. Surely it steps in.
One minute to go now till we give the market on close imbalance data. Ten seconds.
All right, MOC guys, see what they do here.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 308 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 736 million. Dow 30 sell side 4.1 million, and Mag 7 buy side 368 million.
ES full rotation off the step back of our value into a PVZ high here at our 87. ES needs to show any interest over this 38 for me to care personally. Russell still just leading up. Watching this buyer here, 35.40, seeing if we can hold on retest. It's like pretty much the only place you'd want to see it hold on you've got like a minute for that to play. If this fails here again, then it's going to be a rotation through. You've got a secondary buyer sitting here into this 35.40. If not, we just rotate back down to that 13 buyer. So this is like their one chance to try to do a higher low, or it's just going to persist in the same auction where every time we reach into these highs, it just sells. So let's see what they do here. Here, I'll highlight this so it looks a bit clearer. Shit, wrong one.
Ten minutes away now until we get Cisco earnings for Q4 2025 with an EPS estimate of 98 cents and revenue estimate of $14.63 billion. Also a reminder, Trump is signing executive orders at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll get the video when we do find it, pop it on the feed for you.
All right, I'm taking off half here, off of our hold 35.40. Just into our wick highs. See if we can get more. You've got 4 minutes left. 1 minute left, really 30 seconds. It's right back up to our highs here, into our 60 to 70, no change. Russell showing a little weakness, but still holding our halfway back. POC shifting up here on RTY. ES coming back down to our value edge. Back to our 35, 40 pivot here on NQ where that liquidity is resting. Bid stepping in right there.
Fed Scoresby
at our 40.
says services inflation the most concerning part of CPI, and that I want some
Just got
surety inflation
filled.
won't be persistent. So this is Fed Scoresby speaking with reporters after the event that he was at earlier. Also saying the Fed will need to cut rates if labor market is deteriorating. I'm not sure when that's all. I'm not sure that's what's happening. We need multiple months of favorable inflation reading to get comfort needed to cut rates. So far, we've had a couple of months of mild inflation. Latest CPI had concerning rise in services inflation. I'm uneasy thinking of tariffs as one and done inflationary shock, given levies on semiconductors and new tariff announcements. What underlies economy would naturally lead to lower rates.
I'm just gonna force close here.
It's entirely possible to cut
I'm
in
done with the
anticipation
market
if
for
you
today.
think inflation is on path to 2%, then stop a hike if information contradicts. Some important data coming in before Fed's September meeting, not implying that I can't reach a decision by then.
All right. Pretty boring day. Very range bound. Really balanced into end of day. Our main pivots held. I'm hoping that this is just consolidation before PPI tomorrow. We shall see. I will try to be on earlier tomorrow. I was not feeling great this morning, but let's hope that I'm on for open. At least 10. That's my I'm aiming for. Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow's better. Such a boring day. Feels kind of like a waste, not gonna lie. But let's hope that this is just consolidation before PPI numbers, and then the market moves. If we're building out a new balance high, up at these like all-time highs, it's gonna be
3 minutes ago until we get the earnings from Cisco for Q4 2025.
not very fun.
EPS estimate of 98 cents, revenue estimate of $14.63 billion.
So yeah, we'll see. But I'm gonna
S&P
get off.
500 closes 0.3% higher,
Peace.
hitting new record.